Hello! Welcome. As you can see, Garrus decided that he wanted some, I don't even know what to call this. I mean, snuggles is normally what I'd call cat hugs, but the way he just kind of commandeers my entire chest like this and completely puts a wrench in the works of everything going on. It was a bit more like hostage taking. Me being the hostage. This one being the hostage taker. Yes, you. You, Garrus. But welcome to Fuzz TV Live. Welcome to the New Year's Eve, New Year's special of streams. Where apparently Garrus is in charge, and we all just bow before him and let him make decisions for us. But in all seriousness, we can say goodbye to this shitty year that has been 2020 and say goodbye to it. I originally had the thumbnail saying New Year's Eve and then like the year, but I wasn't necessarily sure if I should call this New Year's Eve 2021 or New Year's Eve 2020. Like, do you call New Year's Eve the year it's going into? Or, because technically it's still part of 2020. Today is still 2020. For one more hour in the UK it's 2020. But technically if you're saying New Year's Eve, you're really saying it's the New Year's Eve of the following year. And I couldn't decide. So I just took it all away and put 2021. I thought I'll play it safe. I'll play it safe. So how are people? Cindy's busy, clearly. Hey Devi. It's been a while, in fact. Alright. Break even and call it 20 to 2021. Yeah. Let's call it 2021 special. Most of the stream for me will be on 2021. In theory we should be going to at least midnight on the East Coast. West Coast may be a bit of a stretch, but we'll see. We'll see. And I've got one or two things set up here. It's not a really good time to show any of it off, admittedly. But once Garrus has had his time, I will let him enjoy the shoulder during this introductory period, in which I'm saying hello. The series Equinox, Well a Little Dry, is a mailed fuzzy type series. What's Netflix? That's right. You've started abbreviating Netflix to NF like a weirdo. I haven't heard of it, I have to say. Is it science fiction-y in nature? Garrus. A puss puss. There's my pretty cat. Oh, you're a happy pretty cat. Look at you. Can't say I don't feel loved. Can I, Garrus? No. Here's my puss puss. Yeah. As per usual, the cat's completely taking things over. Don't know yet, a group of high school students on a bus trip crash into a pickup and disappear. Disappear. As in after the fact no one can find them, or as in they've like vanished from thin air? I assume it's the former, but... Oh, okay. 20 years later, little sister, one of the girls, returns to the town to figure it out. Okay. It's a Danish series, you said. Yeah. It's not been a good time for trying stuff. I wanted to do episode 2 at the stand, and episode 3 came out today. Honestly, The release day of that show being Christmas Eve and then New Year's Eve a week later really did not help with scheduling it in. But the good news is it shouldn't be too long till Connor's back now. Which means it won't be too long till the expansion reviews start. Which is good because I actually want to watch the bloody thing. Cat just does what he wants. I'm just here to serve him. Pardon one, I would like to take a photo of the current proceedings. And then so weird old ceremonies. I don't know if I like the sound of weird old ceremonies, but mildly intrigued. Mildly intrigued. There was an Asian horror show that I wanted to check out called Detention as well, which I may still do. But it's been, you know, tough the last week or so with Christmas and all that. Midsummer. I do like Midsummer. I mean, we can't be Ari Aster now, can we? So it's actually 54 minutes until New Year's here, in my time zone. Obviously, I'll be streaming way past that. I was trying to do like a New Year's Evil style thing where we'd be crossing midnight in at least a couple of time zones. And if anyone wants me to explain the plot of New Year's Evil, I'm happy to. I do enjoy that movie. I've got stuff that I want to show and explain, but the damn cat's taken over. Plus, I should probably wait till a few more people arrived. Oh! Never mind. Is that what we're watching? No, Bob, no. We're not watching New Year's Evil. We potentially will be watching Cindy's pick, if Cindy's more free to actually join in later. Which is When Harry Met Sally. I've heard of his house. It's been getting some buzz, so I do want to watch it. I don't know if it's one that will be squeezing in for Screams before Tim's on paternity leave. We have 2 more Sundays of recording. This week's already picked, we know what we're doing. And then we have 1 more week of doing 2 movies. And we do plan to do 2 2020 movies that we hadn't gotten to yet. And that's in the running for being one of those episodes, but it may not be the one that's picked. Because we have like 4 or 5 choices and we have to pick 2. So, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I do want to see that one. I've heard good things. Okay, so number 1, we have a small return to the live streams, and that is the screenshot game. Will this be a super regular thing? Is this a special thing for New Year's? I don't know. but I thought I'd shake things up a little bit, do something a little different tonight. So the screenshot game is there. It's kind of just old school rules. $1 for a square. Go from there. But probably $3 for a hint as well, or $5 for another image. But like it used to be, like back when that was like the original kind of rules. The difference is here, in terms of how this is going to work, is that during the Christmas stream we introduced the wheel for with names on them, essentially with the points, where every time someone tipped, well, actually I think it was every $10 that night, but tonight it'll be anytime anyone tips, the wheel will spin, and that person, whoever it lands on, will get a point. Whoever guesses the screenshot correctly will get a point that's not random. They'll just get a point to themselves. Also, anyone who tips can add themselves to the wheel, so they're in the running for the points as things go on. And basically, whoever has the most points by the time we're done, in this case, we'll get to pick a movie for a stream watch. Probably February, or maybe Valentine's. We'll make that the Valentine's prize. Because of course Fletcher won last time. Fletcher had the most points by the end of the night and gets to pick a fish or horror from the deep movie for January. So, yes. There's 6 names on the wheel to begin with. The 4 that were on last time. But I also added on Cindy and Christopher, since they'd both tipped in the last 5, as you can see on the tip history in the corner. So, just light and breezy. If people want to play, you can. Tip, spin the wheel. The wheel has no effect on the game. There's Rude Boy. Thanks, Rude Boy. Oh, the audio from that's really low because the music has to be turned down. Also, Cindy just got killed. Cindy, if you're listening, Cindy, you've just been murdered. Rude Boy murdered you. Is that a 5 goes? Is that 5 attempts you want? Alright, let me go get the wheel. I'll do all the wheels spins first, then you can have your squares. Unless you want a screenshot. A second screenshot, in which case it's not 5 goes. But I don't know why you'd want that first. There's no squares yet. That'd be weird. Okay. Here we go. Where's my was I summoned? Yeah, you won Christmas Eve spin game, Fletcher. You get to pick a horror from the deep movie for January. You have that power. You won. Alright, so you get 5 spins then, Rude Boy. So these are random. There's 6 names on here to begin with. More can be added. If people wish to be added after tipping, they can be. Although, if anyone does want to tip and not have their name added, they can too. I'm not going to force anyone. Anyway, spin number 1. Oh, I'm not looking at the thing. Chris gets 0.1. Hey Elsa, welcome to the stream. Yes. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do for this one. This will be winner gets to pick a movie with romance. Doesn't have to be super romantic, but something with romance in it for around the Valentine's time. May not be Valentine's night itself, but around that. Whenever I stream close to Valentine's. So Chris has got a point. Spin number 2. Also, I need to find a way to really hit this button so I can still see the thing. KFC recipe for seduction. I mean, it's only 20 minutes long, but if that's what you want to pick, if you win, that's what you pick. But yes, it's Happy New Year, also. Happy New Year, everyone. I've got 47 minutes until it's New Year's in the UK, but we got a lot of counting down to go. Right, so spin number 2. Cindy gets a point. Cindy's on the board. So he killed Cindy, but gave her a point. So like I say, if you win the screenshot game, if you guess correctly, you just get a point to yourself. There's no random nature to that. That's the prize for winning. Spin number 3. Fletcher gets a point. Fletcher's on the board. Blood point for Cindy. Alright, spin number 4. Oh, a second point for Cindy. See, it's being generous to Cindy because you killed her. And the 5th and final spin from that batch is Elsa. Elsa gets a point. I'll keep everyone in mind that in Christmas Eve, when we were doing this before, it was very even until the last few, and then it just went all to Fletcher for some reason. Maybe there's a romance from the Deep film. Hey, Creature from the Black Lagoon arguably has some romance in it. King Kong's not a horror from the deep, but I imagine there's many fish monsters that go along with that. Shape of Water, damn it. I was not a fan of that movie, but Octopus Gangbang 7. Hey, certain parts of the world do enjoy their tentacle porn. That's the thing. Alright, so that was your 5 spins. So you get 5 squares as well. And I guess after each one. So, here we go. Now, one thing's changed since I did this before. To avoid any, even though David's not going to be here till super late, to avoid any cheating, I did not take this from a website. I took this screen grab myself. So if I have to get a second screen grab, I'm going to have to very awkwardly go and get one. Which will probably mean pausing the music and all sorts. But it's more impeccable and ironclad. Damn it. So anyway, without further ado, square number 1, Rude Boy. Ironically, never got to Octopus Gang. It's kind of like how Friday the 13th has never got 13 movies yet. Is that 12? 30 Code Vein. Cool. Cool. B2. He's going to shoot. Could be something fishy. Could be a fish monster from the deep. A fun Souls-like game. But you have a companion who never shuts up. Okay. So I get a guess between each? Yeah, I don't see why not. If you tipped 5 individual dollars, you get a guess after each one, so you might as well. It's a movie with hands in it. See, that's why Fletcher wins these things. He's got that keen detective eye that we all enjoy. We're just getting started. Maybe later on it'd be wise to add a time limit to the guesses or something just to keep things rolling. But I'm in no particular rush right now. Anime nudity as well. Throw for me. Gulliver's Travels. It is not Gulliver's Travels. Would you like to select your second square? Or indeed give it to someone else if you want someone else to have a shot. No harm in doing that. YouTube censors boobs. Really? YouTube censoring the word boobs? I have no problem with the word boobs being in chat, but hey. C2. I have to play to win. I want a good movie. It's a fair point. It's a fair point. You get to pick a romance movie for around Valentine's. You can make it as good as you want it to be. You can pick 16 candles. I assume that's romantic. Let's go desert. Oh yeah, I can see what you're saying. American Psycho is incorrect. Please select your third spin. Oh yeah, no, spin. You know what I mean? Third square. God, it's gonna be a long night if I'm already flubbing everything. And you can't see my terrible dancing to this funky music. It's not funky, but C4. That's a very boom square, that. Would you believe it? Yeah. And what was the rule? I think it tended to be half the squares. Once half the squares were gone, it was just kind of a dead screenshot, and I would just tell you the answer. So there's 20. There's 25 squares. I think it used to be 8 originally, but then when I increased the square count, it went up to 12 or 16, something like that. It is not Wall Street. Wall Street is incorrect. D4. That's 4 or 5 squares selected. No, I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but I can kind of see a slice of cake. Is there a prize for guessing it? Yeah, whoever gets the screenshot gets a point. So it's not like a random point like the spins are when you tip. It's just a direct point. You just get a point. So it's like increase your chances of winning the overall pool. Maybe it should be more than 1 point. I don't know. Maybe it should be like 3 points. How much is a square? Oh, just $1. Father of the Bride. I can see why you'd say that. It isn't incorrect, but that's not bad. Not a bad guess, given what you're seeing on the screen right now. And D3 is your final. Oh. I'm starting to think that I'm going to have to stop pretending that isn't at hand. I like to try and play with a bit of kayfabe just to make it more obtuse than it needs to be. But I think that is definitely a finger. Not yet. It's on that brinking point. When I go to check the super chat status on this channel, it tells me that I'm like just a couple hours away from unlocking it. I assume it just takes time to eventually go through. It should be there soon. It should be there soon. Matrix is incorrect. I think I know what scene you're thinking of though when you're guessing that. You're thinking of the scene with Joey Pants and he's at dinner with one of the agents. I think that's the scene you got in your head. Oh well. Was that a fair attempt? Honestly, a couple of those guesses were solid based on what you were saying. We're back here. Yeah. $1 for a spin. Or $1 for a square, which also happens to get you a spin. But the spin is more neutral, because it's for everyone. Chat sucks. Does chat not let you type in things? Yeah, he's in the stake, that's right. Nothing is going through. Yeah, chat's been acting weird recently. Thanks, Fletcher. Fletcher wants to get in this game. He wants five squares, 5 spins. We'll do the spins first. Spin number 1. Oh, that is just in the Chris side. But I really had to look at that to decide, but it was very much very close. Spins and squares. I know. Alright. Let's spin number 2. Ah! Point for Fletcher. Keeping himself in the game. Something weird in that music track there. It was Alright, that's 2 spins. Spin number 3. It's a point for Cindy. Who now just takes the lead with that. Spin number 4. It's a point for David. I can't get on board with that. I just can't. And final spin of the batch. Oh, another point for David? Oh, come on. Fuck my life. Alright. Sing Inside Out. I don't believe I know the lyrics. Alright, Fletcher. Yeah, I guess after each square, you can... By E5, look it up. D2. D2 seems like a very wise choice, given the current information. I think it's fair to say that's the most vital square on the board for this one. Oh, does Fletcher think he has it? Super Mario. I totally know why you're saying that, because I can see the scene in my head that you're thinking of, but it's not. That's pretty funny. Alright, yes. Number 2 then. On the tip of your brain, but you're not quite there yet. Okay. B4. before you go, before you leave me forever. There's no blood in it, so it can't be that movie. Is that a Blood Diamond joke? I haven't seen Blood Diamond as a hams. It is not Snatch. It is not Snatch. That is incorrect. You may take your third square. Or I suppose you could convert your 3 remaining to a hint if you wanted to. I'm not against that option. B3. Just keep dancing around the center. Alright. B3. I feel like you're almost trying to make a piece of your own art here by just sort of going around it, because that's a perfect, well, square. I was going to say circle, but more of a square. given the geometry. Big fake looking diamonds. Or am I origami folded up and just pretend demented as the motives in your head? Sounds deep. Sounds deep. Yeah, actually, I think I'll change it to whoever wins gets 2 points. Like whoever guesses the screenshot game gets 2 points. Make it a bit more valuable than just the one. Inside Man. Inside Man is incorrect. Which leaves you with your 4th pick? Yes, 4th pick. I was just counting the squares to corroborate how many picks you had left. I feel like C3 would be a waste. Hmm? A3. I get your logic actually. You're trying to get more a sense of the room around them. Because you're probably right that C3 is probably just nothing important at this point you don't already guess. A3 is. Because I don't think that seemed like much, but it maybe gives you a sense of what this other object, this lighting fixture, whatever it is on the table is. Might actually snap a bit more to your memory. Unless that guy's wearing a ring for the title of the movie. I mean, that would be a very weird place of your finger to be wearing a ring. Typically, you'd have it further up, but I mean, who am I to judge someone's bling? Batman and Robin. Okay, I get it. Yeah, because Mr. Freeze wanted all the diamonds. It's incorrect, but I appreciate the guess. E4. Wait, that's 10 squares. Do I? Maybe we'll do it. Maybe we'll do this. The second image just gets added automatically after a certain number of squares, rather than force you to make it easier. Sort of encourage the idea that it can be solved. That's not a bad idea. The perspective's confusing. If I have to get an image for this, I'm going to have to mute the music for a moment. But I'll see if Fletcher gets it right first. Okay, let's see what movies Peter's reviewed recently. I don't think that's going to help with this one. Whatever it is, the movie must be better than Wonder Woman 84. I'm willing to admit that, yes. It is better than Wonder Woman 84. Not a high bar, admittedly, but... There was another couple of scenes I liked, but yeah, it was a mess. Wonder Woman 88. Are you actually guessing that? I mean, I confirmed it wasn't that, so I won't count that as your guess, because I basically confirmed it wasn't that by saying it's better than that. So I'll accept that as you were just joking, regardless if you were whether or not you were. There is a stone, but the stone in that's more like a gem that's like sticking out a rock. It's a very specific look. This is a very ultra clean supposed diamond. That's true. That's true, Flash. Maybe there was a quick scene of gems. I don't remember gems like that, but it's possible. We had some lying on our desk or something. I believe they were uncut. This is how I win. I mean, there was a lot of gems in that movie, cut and uncut. But uncut gems is incorrect. Alright, so I think what we'll do is if we hit 10 squares, I'll automatically add a second image. So I'm going to... come back to me, naturally. I'm going to... take away the audio. It's Pete's favourite Adam Sandler movie, The Water Boy. Cindy, how dare you? You're winning, by the way, Cindy. You got 3 points so far. Luck of the spin. I am retrieving a second image from this movie right now. Oh, thanks, Chris. Happy New Year. That means Chris is going to get some spinning in a second. But he gets the first. Right. I have so much choice in picking an image. Okay. Okay. Was there a diamond in any of the Ocean's movies? Oh, I don't know. Seems like might be a thing. Alright, you definitely can't see that, right? Okay. Before I start tinkering away. Alright, well, first things first then. Chris with $5 gets 5 spins of the wheel, which may get him points and may get everyone else points, though. So let's do the spins first. Okay? And then, Chris, you get 5 squares at the game. Although you might get it quite quickly with the new image. So here's spin number 1. Oh, Chris gives himself a point immediately. Ties him up with Cindy. At that. Remember, whoever has the most points by the end of the stream gets to pick a romantic or movie with some romance element for around Valentine's. Fletcher's already got the January movie pick from Christmas Eve, or from the Christmas stream. Alright, spin number 2. Cindy, back in the lead. Spin number 3. David gets a point. I don't like it. Spin number 4. Cindy! She cannot be stopped. She was killed, but she's going to resurrect through through sheer will of spins. So spin number 5 of that batch. Red Boy gets his first point. Okay. I believe everyone on the wheel currently has points now. Oh, sure. Chris, you can divvy them out if you want me to give them out sort of evenly between people. Rude's going to come from behind now. I think we should all be scared of Rude coming from behind someday in our lives. Okay. Alright, so there's 5 guesses up for grabs. And since, you know, it may be quite late to get because it's a second image now, I'm going to... Elsa, are you watching the stream or are you just listening? Because I know Cindy might just be listening for now. Although, Cindy, if that's changed, let me know. One day when you least expect it. Rude will come from behind. Hey, I'm often worried about Rid sneaking up behind me. This is a valid concern to be made. You know I did, Cindy. You know I did. Because I was thinking just one of those spins to Elsa, one spin to Cindy. Or sorry, one square to Cindy, one square to Elsa, one square to Rude Boy, one square to Fletcher, and then maybe like a just a random thing to pick the fifth. From Chrissy's tip. But if you're not actually watching the stream, I'll just ignore you for now. As far as that goes. Yeah, oh yeah, what's for dinner? It's a good question. And our mini donuts on the on the dessert menu. If not, you'll have someone to buy them from when you get home later. Ribs and chicken wings. Am I? Okay. Cindy, if you're paying attention to the screen, you can have the first square of this 5. If not, I'll probably just alternate between Rude Boy and Fletcher. Okay? Is that yes? Alright, well, you also get a second image, so the new rule for second images is that one will just be added once there's 10 squares taken away. So here's the second image from the same movie. And Elsa wants a square? Okay, you can go second then, Elsa. Ladies first. You want C5. I'll switch between the images. Whoever guesses the movie correctly gets 2 points to their own name. No questions asked. I can confirm it is a movie, it's not a TV show, just in case you think I'm pulling a fast one. The movie has trees in it. First we had Fingergate, now we got Treegate. There's a lot of good information. You got this, obviously obscure, but you got a woman here. You got a bag there to check out. It looks like there's someone in the just peeking at the side there. Gotta look for the details. Gotta be a detective. Love the guesses been so far. Matrix was a guess. There was something else. It is not the Lost World. I can see why you'd say that. At least for this image. I'm not so sure about the diamond, admittedly, but it is not Lost World. Elsa, you can have second square then of the 5. I'll go back to the first image. Anytime you want me to switch to the other image, just say switch, and I'll switch. Oh, the music's still down. Not bad. B1. That might have been a whiff of a square. Not gonna lie. I will switch back to the other image here because I'm assuming you're going to want to see that too. That doesn't seem to be some sort of hand or hand-like device. In a pilot of 30 Coins, a Spanish horror TV show, episodes long, just came out. Came out where? Is this a Netflix show or is it Amazon? What are we talking about, Bob? First I'm hearing of it though, for the record. Netflix? Netflix seem to be sneaking out a lot of little foreign horror pilots recently, don't they? It's impossible to keep up. One of the things I want to do better, actually, get into the new year's keeping an eye on those pilots dropping a bit more. Some of them are stinkers, but you do find some interesting stuff. James Bond, Diamonds Are Forever is my guess. That is incorrect, I'm afraid, Elsa. So 3 guesses left from Chrissy's tip. Fletcher and Rude Boy should probably get a square each. As far as who gets to go first out of those two, I think we'll just I'll just toss a coin or something fun. Do I have a coin? I bet there's a website for it, huh? No, I don't want no song from The Witcher. Okay. So, heads Fletcher, tails Rude Boy. Both will get a square, but who gets to go first? It is tails, Rude Boy. You get a square. Take your time, gives me time to look at clips on YouTube. Fletcher could pick Splash as a romance movie. It's Temple of Doom, I don't need squares. Fletcher is 100%. Sorry, Rude Boy is 100% correct. I was almost giving Fletcher credit there for some reason. Oh dear. It is indeed Temple of Doom. I believe that is Indy in the edge there. And this is from the scene at the start where they're at this sort of restaurant gala area. So, very good. Rude Boy gives himself 2 much needed points. I was laughing because if Elsa had taken your answer, you'd have been giving her 2 points. Can't find the shot, but there's definitely a lamp in that scene. I mean, yes, there's a lamp in the scene. I can confirm. So there's actually 2 squares left from the previous tip. Going by old rules though, the winner does get first square the next one. So I guess Rude Boy gets to go first, and then Fletcher can get a square from the previous tip. So let me just go fetch a thing. I need to turn down the audio here for this. Just so no parts of the movie audio sneak in while I'm getting stuff. Go put your clothes in the dryer. It's a good time for it. Right. I think we'll go with this one. Okay. I have selected my image. For this round. Alright, so Rude Boy gets a free square for winning the previous round. I think that feels fair. Put the music back up. Dryer activate. Good news. Is the Netherlands because of that show? Was it The Rain? The one in the bunker with the 2 kids coming out? B2 is your free square. Enhance on that sticker, or whatever it is. Enhance! Enhance! Bum bum. Bum bum. What could it be? Apollo 13 is incorrect. That is a fair attempt. Which does take us to Fletcher, who gets his spin from the Chris tip. Oh, not spin, sorry, square. I keep saying spin. It's because we used to do a spin that was connected to a square. Was it? Oh yes, Happy New Year. Oh yeah, it's midnight. Oh, yes, it's 2021 here. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year, Fletcher. C3 is your pick. I was actually typing a Happy New Year message as a... Which is probably why I was not paying attention for a minute. Apologies. But there's your square. Oh, there was definitely an Ellen show with teen cheesiness, because me and Connor tried one about it was basically a retelling of Thor, but with a high schooler. And the first episode had some promising elements, but it got too CW with episode 2, so we noped out of it. But it did look very good because of the locations, very nice vistas and mountains and stuff. Thank you, Elsa. I appreciate it. I watched that one. Yeah, Ragnarok, I think it was called now I'm thinking about it. The Rock. That's an interesting guess. But I'm afraid that you're not smelling what The Rock is cooking, because it is not The Rock. But, fine guess. Alright, so there's one square left from Chrissy's tip, which could go to basically anyone. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to spin the wheel and see what it lands on. Now, this is not for a point, this is purely to pick who gets this remaining square. If it lands on Chris, I'll just spin it again. I mean, it's not that difficult. Seems like a fair enough solution. Same with David, obviously. Oh, Rude Boy gets it. There you go. That's not a point. To make that clear. But it is a square. Red Boy's cursing at me under his breath. He's like, God damn it. The RNG just had me win. So now it won't have me win when it spins the next time. When there's points on the line. Alternative though, if you get it right now, you get 2 points. So the gambit. Yeah, you get the square. That's what that spin was for. It's for to see who gets the square. B1. How did I win a square? Because there was one left from Chrissy's tip, so I spun the wheel to see who got it. And it was you. Aliens. Aliens is incorrect. But that seems like a fine guess. So we'll go back to me. Hey, boards. Snow here? There's a little bit of snow still kind of sitting frozen from when it snowed a little bit a few days ago, but nice, the gift that keeps on giving. But yes, Happy New Year, board. Since it is actually New Year for you as well, so Happy New Year. Hopefully 2021 is not a complete shit show like 2020 was. Also, I feel old. It's now 2021. Some kind of slush came out of the sky today. Let me go check. I'll look out the window. Maybe it is snowing for all I know. No, it's just infinite darkness. Which probably means a couple of the streetlights are out. It doesn't usually look that dark. Yes. I went and checked. I did not thumbs up Ragnarok. I also did not thumbs it down, which tells me I didn't love it, but I also didn't hate it so much that I wanted to get a bad rating. Yeah, that's fair. Are you in a coherent situation? Oh, I can only hope, Fletcher. Think of all the things I could do with another me. Hot. Should solo review Masters of Horror. You want me to review a whole like season of a TV show on my own, Bob? Come on now. Connor's about to be back. We're gonna have Expanse to do. We'll have TNG back. What if I'm evil, Peter? Maybe I'm the evil one. I am the one who knocks. Yeah, but it's 13 one-hour movies or whatever it is. There's a box and a cat, yes. So some fellow named Schrodinger, if I correctly remember. He had a cat or something. Got trapped in a box. Hey, cats. Any of you want to be in a box? The irony being that cats love boxes. That must be pretty high on the Masters of Horror. How dare you? How dare you? So just so anyone who happens to be joining in, there is a screenshot game ongoing. It is $1 for a square. Every time there's a tip, there's a spin of the wheel. And the spin gives people points. Whoever has the most points at the end of the stream will get to pick a romance movie for around Valentine's stream purposes. Also, if you win the screenshot, as in guess it correctly, guess the movie correctly, you'll get 2 points to your name with no random elements. Just straight up 2 points. B3. Wait. Why are you picking a square? You're not on a square. Here's chance of your luck. Thinking I'll see a square and go, oh yeah, he's odd one. I was aware of the format of Masters of Horror, Bob. It was worth a try. I suppose it was. Maybe I would have doubted myself and just gave you it, but no. Current scores for the record. In last place is Elsa with 1 point. In second last place is Fletcher with 2 points. And then tied for second, we have Chris, David, and Rude all with 3 points. And then Cindy is in the lead with 5 points. So, vibrating. Nice try, Fletcher. There's nothing masterful about the lap. Let me just say that. The lap and then his ugly little cousin, the rump, are both on the shit list as far as I'm concerned. Absolute shit list. Has donated $1. Who's donated $1? I would say no donations. Are you just... Fletcher's just hoping that I'm going to mentally break down at some point and accept what he's saying to me. You should have a burning fireplace graphic in the corner. Would make you feel cozy. Once you see the Lep Origins, you will love the old one. I mean, I don't know about love. I might appreciate it for not being as terrible. Yeah, we got the Hornswoggle one yet to go. But we also have In the Hood 2. We still have the last Warwick Davis one to go, which has not been recorded for later. We won't be recording that until after Tim's back from paternity leave. We've instead done a variety of other movies for the next several months, which hopefully you will all enjoy.
Well, the leprechaun, of course. That's the most iconic.
Do you know what? Fletcher said B3 so often. Also, thank you, Fletcher. But Fletcher said B3 so often, I'm just imagining this monotone man just sort of staring at me going, B3, B3. Alright, before we get to the B3, that is 5 spins. Let's just clarify that. So we have to do this the 5 spins. There's 5 spinneroonies. Okay. Wheel has been spun, number 1. And it's Chris gets a point. Look at that. Also, you show your face board now. See you there. Spin number 2. Rude Boy gets a point. Look at how about that, Rude Boy getting a point from Fletcher. Number 3. Elsa gets a point. Pulls her out of that 1 point slump. Spin number 4. Rude Boy gets a point. That ties you with Cindy for the lead. Rude Boy, just put that out there. And spin number 5. Cindy! So, okay, not tied anymore. Cindy's back in the lead. Right, that's the spins. Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that Fletcher wants B3. Who made this wheel? Dominion. Alright, B3. Oh dear. Is 2021 going to bring the old Rude Boy some much needed good fortune? Hey, you're in second place right now, Rude Boy. You could take this tonight. This could be a New Year's revolution for Rude Boy. Fletcher's thinking about his life choices and why B3 seemed like a bad idea now all of a sudden. Think he's like trying to get a door open. Or shut, perhaps? Ooh, we'll take a cup of cocaine as yet but all lang syne. The futuristic wristband is throwing me off. Yes, which decade or indeed which century could that even be from? These are the questions. French? Yeah, that's kind of weird that a Scottish song kind of became the song that everyone sings at New Year's for some reason. I mean, I guess there was a lot of Scottish, like, immigrants during the whole early days of the US expansion and all that. Anyway. Yeah, 2010 is a movie with Richard Dreyfuss and a few other people. I've never seen it yet. I'm sure we'll do it on Ace after we do 2001 at some point. That's a hell of a spelling of Vouvet Ball. That said, though, the pronunciation looks more natural with the way you've spelled it than what it actually is. Although actually it's like Uwe Bowls. Like a Bill's restaurant. I don't want to go to a Bill's restaurant. Is there ice on there? Oh, you mean on the metal or whatever it is? Is there ice? Hmm. I mean, you do have 4 more squares to get, so I mean, you could throw out a guess and start opening up more of this bad boy. Let's just say Prometheus. That's a fine guess. It's incorrect, but it's a fine guess. Square number 2, Fletcher. I know there was a third book. You'd think the third one would be 2100 to keep the numbers consistent, but it seemed like that. Oh, Fletcher offering his next square out to people. Maybe someone who's not played yet. They're off board still sitting there. Maybe he'd like a turn. One of the ladies might be sitting there. And then there was a 3001 after. Oh, so there was 4 books at least. I got a potential second image just in case we need it later. Was that the plot of 3001? Whoa. It's interesting how much more schlocky the books sound by doing stuff like that, compared to like Kubrick's movie, which is this like artful masterpiece. I mean, I assume the first book's kind of, you know, up to that standard, but sequels sound like they expand upon it too much. It's so funny, we're actually now 20 years after 2001. But when that movie was made, it was like, oh, that's like 40 years in the future. It's ancient, you know, it's ages away. Feels like forever. And now it's like, it's kind of silly how long ago it was. Okay. So, yeah, so Kubrick even had a part of the touch of the book. First book starts with a POV of one of the monkeys. I hope the book also has like the musical notes of the theme playing as it goes down the scene. Bum 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 bum. Because what's the point of doing that scene if you're not hearing the music? Go on, Sin. Do you want a turn? Fletcher was offering out his next square. Go on, take a shot. Ric Flair's theme, you mean? I mean, I'm pretty sure that 2001 used it before Ric Flair. Although it wasn't written for 2001 either, admittedly. Hey, Eric! Happy New Year to yourself as well. As you would guess, it is past midnight for myself. It is 2021. 2021. Can you explain the ending to me, Pete? Oh god. I mean, I can, but given that we're about to do it in Ace in like 4 episodes time, I'll say just wait for that episode, and me and Tara will explain it in detail. Oh, that's a shame, Cindy. Alright, how about board? Board, do you want a turn? Fletcher's offering a square out. Give board a shot. I'm sure board will have a guess. Maybe a silly guess. That's... It's classy Eric with a K, not with a C. Like chumps. Chumps everywhere. I've got the Eric with a C. Alright, pick a square board now. Simple enough. C2. Dun dun dun! It's a hand! I don't have a hand, but there's more on the image than that. God damn it. Yes. Yeah, so yeah, if you, it's $1 for a square, which also gets a spin of the wheel. But Fletcher tip 5, and he'll use one of his squares, so he's given his second one out. So board now is getting a turn, so he gets to take a square and then have a guess at what the movie is. What have people guessed so far? Someone guessed Aliens. Someone guessed... I can't remember. No? The pro-hand. Handfish. Yeah, I watched Jackie Brown on Christmas Eve, and in the first like 15-20 minutes there is a scene of a close-up of like, I think it's was it Bridget Fonda, her name, the actress, but it was a close-up of her feet just on the table as she's sitting there, and I just started laughing because it's become such like a meme at this point that Tarantino's got a foot fetish. This has been up so long, you've not even seen me in ages. Hello! Welcome to the stream. Back to screenshot. Time Cop! Time Cop is incorrect, but I like the way you think. It's a classic film. Classic film. Apollo 13 was a guest too, that's right. So there you go, that is square number 2. Square number 3, Fletcher. Either for yourself or if you want to pass it out to someone. I don't wanna know what we could be in 2021. 2020 was so hard. Hard. I'm trying to add some emotional lyrics to this. There you go, Eric. Pick a square. Any square. What did you like better, Time Cop or Universal Soldier? Oh, that's a tough question. I like both movies. I think Universal Soldier is objectively the better film, but I think I actually have a soft spot a bit more for Time Cop. I think that would be my answer. A5. Oh, he's going wacky with that. I like it. I like it. Thinking outside the box, unlike these other people who are always using the same tactics. Do you know what's so funny about this? Is that I know what a lot of you are thinking based on what you're saying right now, but there's actually... Like, I think you have an expectation of what's in some of the other squares based on what you're saying, but I don't think you're actually expecting right. I have more nostalgia for Time Cop, but I do love Luke. I watched Universal Soldier as a kid as well, so I do enjoy Universal Soldier. Final Fantasy Spirits Within. That is a bold pick. I don't think that was like a CG arm, but that is incorrect. That is incorrect. Square number 4, Fletcher. We are going in 2021, and we hope it's better than the shithole that was 2020. It's probably a Lord of the Rings or something. If I go through one more porthole, I will be the most portholes I've ever been away from home. Alright, is this number 4 we're on? I think it's number 4, so okay, C5 for C5. Right, to offer a chance. Oh, well, you've got a 5th one, you can always hand it to him if you want. But you got number 4. Because I already clicked it. Yeah, you all thought the arm was coming up from out a shot, didn't you? Ha 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 ha. You all thought it, but no. See, he has this thing called an elbow, and it's bending so that he's actually coming from this side. And you can see parts. Elbow mania is running wild, brother. What is this stream tonight? I don't know. So, Cindy's accusing me of a hand fetish. I was actually trying to use what I'd done before to set up a misdirect. So, I will take Cindy's apology whenever she's ready. Unless it's someone else's arm. I mean, that's possible, yes. It could be someone else's arm. But regardless, there was vital things left to be discovered. There wasn't just more blank space. Which I know you all think I'm trying to do intentionally, constantly. Maybe I am a little bit. Why do the little parts don't break off? That's a very good question. They're built really sturdy, I guess. I mean, squares we on actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Avatar. Avatar is incorrect, but that's a fine guess. You got 1 square left. If you would like to use it or distribute it. I offended? Nah, I'm only kidding, Cindy. I'm only playing. We're cool. You're the stream queen. Could be Cruisy. Is that a nickname for Tom Cruise now? D5. Oh, you think you know board? Spider-Man, Spider-Man does whatever Spider can. Spider-Man, Spider-Man does whatever Spider can. Yeah, he does. He does whatever a spider can. That one and the weird underwater death trap computer. I don't think I know what movie you're talking about. The weird underwater death trap computer. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. You said what movie it is. I was trying to think of a movie about like a death trap that's set underwater. What gets me about that scene from Rogue Nation is that it's basically just like a different version of the exact same scene from the first movie, where he lowers into the CIA like room in the computer. Down to the fact that in that they're stealing data in both scenes. In the first movie, he's using like a floppy disk or a CD. In the fifth movie, it's a USB stick, but it's the same thing. Which is just an indication of how long those movies have been going. Is Mission Impossible Rogue Nation your guess, though? Well, yeah, okay, there's water. Yeah, but it's the same thing. Saw 10, Seesaw. Saw 10. He has to say, do you want to play a game? But it'll be all bubbly because he's underwater. Like, that's too big budget for Oh, I didn't know if that was a serious guess. I mean, it's incorrect, so I guess I'm not letting you back out. I guess that's true. Is incorrect. Alright, we're on 8 squares. So our automatic second image will unlock it after 10 squares. So that's where we are just now. You can go back to me. I was warming my head up for a bit. I was feeling a bit chilly. For whatever reason. Don't know why. Da-da-ba-ba-ba. It is worth mentioning, if anyone else tips to play the game, their names will be added to the wheel, which is collecting people points, and will continue to do so. Anytime anyone tips, there's a chance that someone will get a point on the wheel. And whoever has the most points by the end of the night will get to pick a romantic or romance-included element film for a stream viewing around Valentine's. So... But as it is, there are 6 names on the wheel. We have Fletcher and Elsa with 2 points each. We have David with 3 points. We have Chris with 4, Rude Boy with 5, and Cindy with 6. I have a morbid curiosity for Book of Saw, but not, I wouldn't call anything hopes. But I'm morbidly curious, so we'll see. We'll see. It's so. I was made about it in May. It's so weird how many movies just got pushed till next year, or this year now, I guess. Such a weird. It's just so weird that these actors took an interest in this franchise that it's never really been an actor's franchise. But hey. Who am I to judge? Maybe we'll get something weird and wonderful out of it. I think the weird part of it is not just that they somehow found a way to pay them to be in the new Saw movie. It's that Chris Rock is actually producing it. Like, he's the one who actually wanted to do it and kind of got it all going. That is the especially weird part. Especially weird. I watched Wonder Woman 84 and it was kind of cheesy, but my eyeballs didn't bleed. Am I missing something? I don't know if you're missing something. I think it's a bit messy and stupid if you think about some of the plot too much. It's kind of frustrating how there's not proper arcs for characters who become villains. It's just, you know, has no weight. A bit shit. And messy. I'm not dissing Tobin Bell, but he's not like exactly like a huge name, is what I'm saying. And Chris Rock's kind of a weird middle ground, because it's not like he's a huge actor per se, but like Samuel L. Jackson's a big actor. Chris Rock's kind of a big name, even though he's big for a number of reasons. I was very critical in the review. I did not, however, say it was the end of civilization as we know it. Now, the Snyder cut of Justice League could very well be that. If past movies are meant to go on. I think part of the problem for me is that I really like the character of Cheetah in the comics, and in the movie she has nothing. Like, she has no arc. She has nothing. She just goes evil. She looks terrible when she turns into Cheetah. She turns into Cheetah for basically no reason. Off camera. It just does a lot of things that I didn't like. Okay. Yes, technically, yes. They do bludgeon you with the basic bullet point of the Cheetah arc, but that's all it ever is. It's a switch. I can't say I've had the pleasure of New Jack City. Look, I hated the movie. Tim hated it even more than I did somehow. Matt was pretty meh on it. Connor's the only one of the group who liked it. Tara has since watched it and came around a similar level to Matt. Maybe slightly higher than Matt, but definitely not as high as Connor. She was basically just shrugged. It was okay-ish. It was her attitude. Yeah, but they made it pretty clear earlier that people don't get second wishes, which is why it was stupid. All of a sudden, she gets a second wish. No one else can get a second wish. The heart of Male Fuzz liked it. The heart. Okay. Cindy. I feel like Cindy, especially when David's not around, likes to take the troll, the troll chair. Try and wind me up. Tim was more positive. I don't know if he literally opened with he hated it and he thought it was a mess. Did he not? He did. I'll accept that we're around the same. I feel like I'm splitting hairs by saying that Tim or I hated it more. Cheetah get a second wish. She had to get a second wish, otherwise how did she turn into a cheetah? Oh yeah, Tim hated it. Tim was very avidly saying he hated it at the start of the review. And he said that to me before we even reviewed it, so I know Tim hated it. He used that word numerous times. She wasn't, like, turning into a cheetah, an actual physical cheetah, was a second wish. There was no... The first wish just gave her strength and speed and all that. There was like no gradual transforming, there was nothing going on throughout the movie that was saying she was morphing into something that wasn't human. Well, I don't think that was made clear, Fletcher. I don't think any of us got, and I've seen lots of people talk about this online. They don't understand why she was able to get a second wish. So I don't think this point was made clear in the movie. Yes. Yeah, that's kind of a flawed thing as well, actually, now you point it out. She says she wants to be just like Diana. But that just physically means that, and she loses all of her humanity otherwise. I mean, we're at a point, Fletcher, where I'd have to rewatch it to, like, debate this or maybe see your point, but I'm not willing to do that at this point, so maybe Dan is secretly evil. I mean, after what he did to Batman v Superman, it wouldn't shock me. What if one used the one wish to wish for more wishes? We know she didn't. But, I mean, given the fact that Maxwell Lord wishes for the stone to become him, or for him to become the stone, or for them to merge, given that that worked, I would suspect that you probably could ask for more wishes. I kind of hate that the whole plot revolves around a wishing stone. To be honest, I'm not in love with it. If it was otherwise good, I would forgive. I wouldn't be that bothered by it. But as it is, it irks me. So that's that. That's that. 1 women 4 is weird. It's not that I don't remember, Bob. It's that the characters obviously don't remember, but it's that they just don't care. Is the thing? They've stopped caring about the shared universe. So. Hey, Bellin, and you're very welcome. Happy New Year. And we get the Snyder Cut in what, March? And would you believe it, there was a restore the Snyderverse hashtag trending today, because Warner Brothers basically said that there was no plans to do anything with Snyder or continue anything Snyder related with the DC movies after the Snyder Cut. So now they're all hashtagging for more Snyder movies. Please no. Please no. Yeah, because if I remember correctly, and it's been a while since I watched Batman v Superman, but if I remember correctly, Diana was like so unknown that she was just this mysterious like art dealer or something, and like they had to like track her down. No one really knew who she was, which is a bit weird given she made this big speech on TV about truth. Those same people on the Sea Monster movie fan club. I don't. I think you're making some false correlations there, Red Boy. No, I think he just took a break, Bob. He just couldn't work on anything for a while because he was grieving, which I think is quite understandable. He needed to take like a year or off or something just for his mental health and to grieve, and for his family. I think that's more than fair. It's a pretty devastating thing to go through. I'll make fun of his movies, but I will not be saying anything about that in a negative light. I guess we're all beginners that exist in this universe. Well, lucky for it. Nah, because you straight up see the president at one point, and technically he should be president then, and he wasn't. Unless like he's just kind of, because sometimes movies just have like an avatar, like someone who's kind of like, he's probably like the president at that time, but. I mean, we can't really expect someone we don't like as a movie maker to stop making movies. I just would prefer he doesn't make things that affect anything I care about. But the same thing in Dark Phoenix with George Bush Sr. I don't even remember. We watched that on stream like months ago, and I couldn't tell you much about that movie. I remember being bored by a kind of train sequence towards the end. That is kind of weird, actually, that they confirmed some presidents existed but not others. It's because they can say it in an offhand way, but I think because they actually had to have the characters interact with the president, all of a sudden it's like, oh, we don't want to use a real one now because we want to actually kind of use them in a way. Yeah. They imply it's Trump in comics sometimes. Like you'll just see like a hand, and you'll like read a speech bubble coming from off panel, and the way it's written will sound kind of Trump-esque. Just in a couple of comics, I've seen it in a couple of things over the last few years. Just to kind of like get the gist across of who the president is, which is weird. Honestly, DC, I don't like using real presidents because DC is not set in the real world. DC is set in an America with Metropolis and Gotham City and stuff like that. So it's really weird to me that to bring the real presidents into it. Part of me even wishes they didn't even call it America. Because it's kind of murky when you have to mix all of the fictional cities, because there's a lot of fictional cities in DC. With all the real places. And how do they all fit next to each other with the real cities? It's very odd. Yeah, New York City doesn't exist in DC. And Washington does, because Wonder Woman's always been tied to Washington, which is weird because almost every other major character in DC is tied to a fictional city. You know, Metropolis is Superman, Batman's Gotham City, Green Lantern, Hal Jordan specifically is tied to Coast City, Green Arrow tied to Star City, Flash, depending on which Flash it is either Central City or Keystone City, you know? Yeah, actually, Cindy, if you're around later, then we were going to do When Harry Met Sally, because it was your pick that we still have to do. Starling City, how dare you, Tyler? Oh, Tyler's here, everyone. I can't believe that's how you introduce yourselves to the stream. Are you serious? Also, Tyler's a screenshot game tonight. I don't know if you've been lingering for long. What's happening? Smallville is in Kansas, that's correct. So Smallville is in the state of Kansas. And I don't know if they ever actually mention what states the other cities are meant to be in, because I couldn't tell you what any of them are, but I feel like they're all kind of implied to be in certain places. Watching Poseidon this whole time with the stream on in the background. I do not remember the modern Poseidon movie to be that good. The original Poseidon adventure, I remember having fun with. The problem with Marvel, though, is that like 90% of their characters are based in New York. It's a bit crowded. Gotham's in a state of Gotham, kind of like how New York City's in the state of New York. Yeah, I can see that. What state is Metropolis in? I have no idea. I have no idea what state any of the fictional cities are in. I know Central City and Keystone are next to each other because they're known as the Twin Cities. And there's a bridge going between them. Metropolis is New York. Yeah, kind of. Gotham City. It's in New Jersey. Gotham City is more of a Chicago thing. Oh, so DC actually said Metropolis is New York. Okay. Well, I think it's an error thing, Fletcher, because I think there was a time when you thought of the crime-ridden city as, as New York, but because New York got much better in that regard over years, and Chicago has not, it's kind of flipped, and Chicago is now seen as the Gotham kind of like bass. Yeah, I'm sure that's the sort of thing, Tyler, that's changed every like couple of decades. They always seem to change their mind with this stuff. Gotham City was based on an old nickname for New York. That doesn't surprise me. I have a bit of trivia, actually. Is Coast City LA? I always thought of Coast City is more of a, like, maybe more of San Diego. I don't know what I'm basing that on though. It's definitely the West Coast though. And Star City is definitely sort of Seattle-esque, to the point where in the comics currently they actually had Seattle become Star City. Central City is meant to be right next to Keystone City, and they're the twin cities. I don't know if that correlates to any pair of cities in the US. Well, yeah, I mean, it is now Rude Boy, but like, Superman's been around for 80 years. It's changed over the years. This is one of these things that's morphed and changed as time's been on. The zip code thing's probably not that old, relatively speaking. And we've not even mentioned Midway City or Opal City. Is Central City a bleak icy wasteland? No. No, it is not. Yeah, on that same map, Metropolis is in freaking Delaware. That's pretty funny. So I'm curious, how many of you do you think would have plans tonight if it wasn't, 2020, getting into 2021 with lockdowns and restrictions on things? I want to watch a movie. Should I watch Wonder Woman 84 or Pixar's Brave? I think Brave's the better movie. It's not Pixar's best by any means though, but it is the better movie. That said though, if you care about comic book movies and you want to be up to date on the comic book discussion, then Wonder Woman 84. But it's definitely not that good. I don't like people should be doing the same thing as I am now. Yeah. I'm sorry, Elsa. I mean, it was Cindy's pick, so I was just making sure Cindy would be here for it. If Cindy agrees to push it so that you can be here too, I'm willing to accept that. Yeah. Yeah, I normally do similar. I'm not a big New Year's party dude. Would you replace the movie with another though? With Brave? I mean, I've not watched Soul yet, but everyone's saying that's great. Oh, sorry. I thought for some reason I thought that was Balin us saying that based on Balin's previous question. But a replacement, yeah, we'd probably watch something. Yeah, we'd watch something tonight. Can't remember the last time I was awake for midnight. That's fair. Yeah, I got you. There's a delay, but I already realized what you said. Can we watch the Japanese horror movie instead? I mean, sure. You know what? Sure. I owe you it, Cindy. They get my debt cleared, so sure. Is Mayhem any good? Mayhem is okay. I didn't love it. It was a decent enough watch though. $3.10. I assume that's Yuma, 2007 version. I prefer the original from the 50s, but the remake wasn't bad by any means. Star Wars talk going on. I hated rewatching Gun Akimbo. Oh, I hated that one too. Well, okay, hate was a strong word, but I didn't like that movie. As was probably obvious when we watched it. Okay. I mean, it's not very New Year's-y, but I guess we're watching a Japanese horror movie. Which will be my first movie of 2021. I loved the You Spin Me Right Round music video. Was that from Guns Akimbo? I don't remember it. I watched too many movies. So most of the movies left my head. I remember an achievement pop-up noise coming up at one point and rolling my eyes. I remember Samantha Weaving being very Terminator-y, Kelly and whatnot. I have the car on Blu-ray, rude boy. Because that's how hardcore I am. Any good? It's okay. It's it's basically, it's actually more of a Jaws ripoff than anything else. But instead of a shark, it's a car. But there's actually scenes where you can kind of like, you can actually kind of play it against Jaws and sort of, this is this scene from Jaws but with a car. In terms of its structure, kind of weird in that sense. Better than Christine? I can't say that definitively because it's been too long since I've seen Christine. I haven't seen Christine since I was in my teen years, so I can't say. It's watchable though. I don't think you'll be mad if you watch it. What's this? Oh. Current points, just to remind everyone. Fletcher and Elsa are on 2 points. David's on 3 points. Chris is on 4 points. Ridboy's on 5. And Cindy's in the lead with 6. Anyone can be added to the wheel to start collecting points. I don't like Oliver Stone films, do you, Pete? I feel like I was meant to say you don't like Oliver Stone films. I've only seen a couple. I wasn't keen on Natural Born Killers. Have I seen any more? I think I've seen like one more. I can't think of what that one was that I saw. But no, they don't appeal to me for whatever reason. What Japanese horror are we watching? The original idea was Narai the Curse on Shudder. But if anyone wants to try and debate me into another Japanese horror movie, I'm open to discussion, but something that I have not seen is the rule. But Narai the Curse has a decent reputation though, so it didn't seem like a bad choice. Yeah. He's done like, what, 3 movies that are just based on presidents, if I remember correctly. Because he had a Nixon movie, right? It's kind of his thing. It became his thing. Well, okay, I've never seen JFK. I assume it's about the conspiracies about JFK's death. Did we review One Cut of the Dead? Do you know, I don't think we did. I think we watched it on stream. I don't think we ever reviewed it on streams though, even though both me and Tim rated it fairly highly. Yes, which one of the 5 different cuts of Alexander? 5 different cuts that all happened in less than like 3 years. We haven't said about the last thing we're reviewing yet before the break, but I doubt it'll be One Cut of the Dead. I think we're squeezing in some 2020 movies that are got buzz that we've not seen. Wild Zero from 2001. Is this a Japanese horror movie suggestion? And I was the idiot that bought all of them. Why did you buy all the cuts of Alexander? I just remember like not really caring about it because it's an Oliver Stone like historical piece. And I just remember seeing like headlines about new cuts coming to like DVD and Blu-ray. Where it was like, hey, the Ultimate Super Director's Edition's coming, and I'm like, wait, what? How many cuts of this has there been? And it wasn't like it was an old movie, it was only like a couple of years old. It was weird. I do, I owe Cindy a Japanese horror movie. Alexander! Oh my god, phone, cooperate. I got a Twitter notification. Oh, yes. Connor finally watched the Rocky movies and agrees that Creed is the best one. Although he's not watched Creed 2 yet, but that shouldn't change the favourite, I would expect. Is Creed more than just a remake of Rocky? Yeah, I mean, obviously there's some similar beats, but it's like, it's the best one. It's the best directed, it's the best character drama. It's the most uplifting, I think, by the end. And it's not to say that some of the Rocky movies aren't uplifting, because they are. But Creed's the best movie. Yeah, Rocky 1's probably the best objective movie of the original Rocky movies, but I enjoy watching 3 and 4 more. If I can change, then you can change. Everybody can change. I can't do a stolen voice, clearly. We've established that. Yeah, 3 and 4 are the fun ones to watch. Eye of the Tiger and Hearts on Fire, your montage songs. Mr. T and Dolph Lundgren as the villains. Like, you know, it's... delightful times. Rocky 2 suffers because it's a decent enough movie, but it's a little bit too similar to the first one. So it's a little bit more boring to watch. 5's just a bad movie. Balboa was pretty decent, you know, given that it was coming back after all that time. So I watched a new channel called Dead Meat. A YouTube channel? I mean, yeah. I mean, the villains have to keep getting bigger and badder, so yeah, theoretically, Drago should be able to take out Clubber Lang. Oh, it's kind of funny though how he basically is retired for number 5, but then came back for Balboa like 20 years later. Really funny. Yeah, so there's a lot of sexual tension in Rocky 3. Which would later, of course, be topped in Predator with the Dylan, you son of a bitch scene. Alright, Fletcher, you have fun. Fold that laundry. Let it know who's the boss and who's the laundry to be folded. I don't even remember that Rocky 4 has any Christmas stuff. I can't let you have it because Die Hard exists, but I appreciate the sentiment. The entire third act takes place over Christmas. He gets a robot for Christmas. Is that why he gets the robot? Okay. Isn't that early in the movie though? I thought that was like the first act he gets the robot, not the third act. Hearts on fire, strong dear. The robot is for Polly's birthday. There you go. Which Stallone wants to cut out of his new director's cut. Blasphemy. He's trying to George Lucas the robot out of the movie. We will not stand for it. We will not stand for it, not one bit. Oh, Garrus has been all adorable. Like snuggling up. I'm going to sleep. At least his kid is Peter Petrelli. Is that a good thing? I don't know if that's a good thing. Look at the side of my head. I can see my, because of the stream delay, and because YouTube gives you like a, this is what the stream looks like, but it's got the delay that you guys have. I can see my head like 15 seconds ago, or 10 seconds ago, whatever it is. That's what the side of my head looks like. Oh no. Midsummer was my first movie of 2020. Poseidon was my last. My first movie of the year, shockingly, was Joker. Regrets were had. My last movie of the year was The Founder, which stars Michael Keaton, kind of a Batman. Wasn't Petrelli from Rocky 5? No, he was in Rocky Balboa. I mean, was he actually in 5 as a younger actor? Oh, I didn't think he was, but you may correct me if I'm wrong. I'm joking? I'm right, okay. Inform. We reviewed all the Saw movies. There's a playlist on the YouTube channel. The 06 one had Kurt Russell in it? Maybe I've not seen the 06 one. I can't say I remember Kurt Russell. Look who it is. It's the Firefly. Yeah, a lot of suffering to appreciate good movies. I like the original Poseidon Adventure. Mentally, I haven't seen it in a long time, but I remember liking it. Although I think I like the Tower and Inferno more, to go with, you know, disaster movies of the era. Firefly. Firefly. He came in and he was all loud and angry. He was like, "Why am I not in the room? I want to be on the stream." Well, yeah, but just because he's an actor doesn't mean it's going to be a good movie. I mean, we've already established Kurt Russell's in a boring role, which is shocking because he's Kurt Russell. How far are you in that series? I think we're 10 episodes into season 1. Obviously it's on pause because Connor's, you know, not been here with a computer for a month. He's almost got his computer though. He was sent an email. It's been prepared for dispatch. Or prepped for building, or whatever, I don't know. I could actually go for my movie stats for 2020. Because I have movie stats. Juicy, juicy movie stats. It's interesting, rude boy. Hangover spin-off about a person celebrating the new millennium. I'll wakes up this coming day 21 years later. Well, he was kind of in a bind and had to get a computer immediately. Is it something he'll be able to use for a while or have to replace when he can? Nah, he got one that's got a 3060 Ti in it, so at least he's getting decent parts. And given the fact that you can't even just order that graphics card just now, it means that it's a pretty good get, and probably why it took weeks to arrange. He didn't mention where he got it from though, so I don't know if it'll be like all good parts or if it'll be whatever. Did you continue watching it on your own, just to watch some more of it before review? No, I just waited. I'll watch the next one when we're ready to watch and review it. Oh yeah, Saul has solo Star Wars TV reviews. We'll see if that happens. Yeah, that's what that was one of the things we watched in the Christmas stream. So I watched 300 movies this year, which is an average of 25 a month, or 5.8 per week, depending on what you prefer. Of those 300, 215, which is 71.7%, were first-time watches. The top 40 actors that I saw this year in movies. Top 40? Top 20, sorry, not 40. Top 20. Were as follows. Tied with 3 films each. We have Cheech Marin, John Saxon, Max von Sydow, and Kevin Bacon. And then tied at 4 films each, we have Anthony Molinari, Michelle Rodriguez, Kristen Stewart, Robert Pattinson, Ian Glenn, Doug Bradley, Oded Fehr, Ali Larter, Tim Thomerson, Bill Paxton, David Carradine, and that's all the 4 filmers. And then tied in 3rd place with 5 films each is Ted Raimi and Roddy McDowall. And then tied at 2nd place with 6 films each is Milla Jovovich and Cynthia Rothrock. So somehow, the most watched actor of 2020 for me, with 7 films, is none other than Garrett Graham. And you can thank you for some Ace bonus movies for that little race to the finish line. Plus, he was also in a comedy I watched called Used Cars, like last month. So, yeah, sorry. Sorry, Cindy. Well, You Were Sleeping was alright. It was pleasant enough. It was carried by the 2 leads, I think, more than anything, but it was fine. Mila can piss off. Directors of the year, there are a ton tied at 2, so I'm just going to ignore them. I'll give you the 7 that are higher than that. We have 4 directors tied at 3 films each. We have Stuart Gordon, Terence Fisher, that's the Hammer movies that me and Tim were doing, Henry Georges Clouzot, and Sam Raimi. That's because we did Evil Dead movies. And then tied at number 1 with 4 films each is Wes Craven, Paul W.S. Anderson, you bastards, and Steven Spielberg. Now the more interesting stats I kept personally, those were from Letterboxd. So my personal stats, I just track new watches. I don't track rewatches here. So this is only the 215 new watches that are counted for these following stats. So the month I watched the most films for the first time was April with 26. Just behind it is July with 25, and then just behind that is December with 24. So I ended on a solid month. I ended on a month that was in the top 3, which I like. The lowest month for new watches was February with only 9, which is pretty weak. So that's 215 new watches. Of that, genre-wise, we have 1 adventure film, 1 war film, then we have 2 animated films, 2 fantasy films, 2 musicals, and 2 westerns, 3 documentaries, and then things get and 3 family films as well. And then you have the more juicier numbers here. So what's next here? Is it 10? Yeah. So drama has 10, which is actually quite low for drama. That tends to be a bit higher. And then we have both comedy and thriller at 16 each. That's actually higher than usual for comedy for me. And then we have action at 22. And then, surprising no one, the second place is sci-fi with 40. And first place is horror with 95. Definitely skewed towards a lot of horror movies this year. It's always a bit skewed towards horror, admittedly. But that's especially... At least sci-fi was almost half that. So that's good. No erotica? Oh, I'm sorry. I said it was probably going to be in the right, but I'm open to other Japanese horror suggestions that I've not seen. But that's the default pick. Alright. Sweet Home sounds interesting. I actually have a really weird, obscure one that may be hard for people to find, called Dream Home, but I don't know if anyone else is going to be able to find it to watch with me, so... And then Decades is up next, I just need to reply to some first. So, for Decades... I actually didn't watch anything from the 20s this year. I didn't watch anything from the 30s, which is a little surprising. I only watched 4 movies from the 40s, 5 movies from the 50s, 3 movies from the 60s. Those are all really bad numbers. I'm actually really upset that those are so low. The 70s I watched 20 films from for the first time. The 80s I watched 30 films for the first time. The 90s I watched 31 movies for the first time. The 90s is usually lower than the 80s. That's actually surprising. The 2000s, I watched 18 films for the first time. The 2010s, I watched 49 films for the first time. And the 2020s, which basically means that, you know, the year 2020, because that's all it's been so far, 53. How dare you, Elsa? Oh, you're back. Fletcher's back, everyone. Alright, and then the last stats here that I've got is for world cinema, meaning that films that are in from other countries with different languages. I only watched 18 foreign language films in 2020, which is not great, not terrible. There's a lot of ones. Denmark, Italy, Japan. Japan only been at once, quite surprising actually. Mexico, Netherlands, Norway, Russia, Senegal, and Spain are all at 1. And then tied for second place with 3 each is Indonesia and Korea. And then number 1 foreign language for the year is France with 4. So I wish there was a TV version of Letterboxd. Yeah, there is a video game version called Backlogged, which I started using. I better make an account so I can rate Destiny 2 highly. Fireworks are starting? Yeah, it's not surprising. Is backlogged a nice way of saying constipated? Nah, backlog's a pretty common term. For, Now, if you enjoyed my stats, you can go check out my top 10 that I put out on Christmas Day, which was my top 10 first-time watches of films that were not from 2020, in 2020. You can go check that out if you want some opinions on some of the movies I actually saw. But I thought you might enjoy some stats. I like stats. Stats are good. What was your highest rated 2020 movie? Well, when we eventually do the top 10 of the year, like, you'll find out. You'll find out my number one. I do have one thing from 2020 rated a 9 out of 10. Just one. Thus far. That's true, you could. Hi. What's up, cat? Where have I? Why is it every time the cat's in a good position for a photo, he always moves by the time I get the camera ready? Come on. Here you come. Alright, I think I got a decent photo. I'm gonna have to check. Alright, there you go. Well, that's in the top 10 that I posted, but the answer was the original 310 to Yuma. Since it's already out in the public. Cutter watched 10 movies starring Vin Diesel on Twitter. That's because he probably watched, like, did he watch all the Fast and the Furious? I guess he must have done. Like, how else would you get to that number? Peter Jackson was his highest rated director. Oh, I never did highest rated. So yeah, I told you like how many movies like actors and directors were in. You can also do it by highest average rating based on what I rated them. Highest rated star was Yuji Okumoto. You're probably saying, who is that? He was in Inception and The Truman Show. No wonder he's got a high average. Donald Fulilov was the second place. He was in Back to the Future and Wall-E. Makes sense. Michael Caine's there. What's he got? He's got Inception and Tenet. Alright, yeah. That's kind of a weird list. Highest rated directors. Ridley Scott at number 1 with Alien. I don't... Yeah, all these directors don't have more than one movie. So they're not really that interesting from a stats point of view. I watched Alien this year, therefore it got a full score. 10 out of 10. Yeah, that was less interesting than I thought it might be. You rewatch Batman 89, you've got some hot takes. Oh dear. Alright, hit me with the hot takes, Fletcher. I'm ready to get my my cooling device out. Don't ask me what that is, because I don't know. David Nutter. Wait, how do you see my list? What are you looking at? Oh, I never noticed this. When you go to all time, you can see a graph of your average ratings for each year. Oh, this is funky. 1969 is my lowest rated year with 2.56, which out of 10 is what, 5 point, no, 6.2. So the average rating for me from 1969 is 6.2. That's pretty bad. Jack Nicholson's character is way scarier before he becomes Joker. Oh, I can see that. How do you do that? Let me go. Alright, let me go to following. You should be on here somewhere. If I've decided you're worth following. Maybe I haven't. What are you called on here? You know what, I'll just go to Connors. I would have thought I'd have you. Maybe I don't. Oh, I don't follow. Oh, yeah. There you go. You're followed now. Oh, I can. Okay, I can look at your 2020 stat. I can. Oh, you can look at your all your stats as well. I can go to your all time. I can go to your. That's very interesting. I did not realize other people could look at these. I assume you have to be pro to look at them, just like your own, but interesting. Films by week. Damn, you spiked in December. Look at this. 17 movies in 1 week. What's so funny actually is you can see that my like my day graph is like really skewed towards Sunday. I've watched far many more movies on Sundays this year than any other day. Yeah, I had a couple of weeks with none in the middle of the year. Or early on. Christopher Lee's high up. Oh, I bet that's all Star Wars and... Lord of the Rings shite is. The point. Ah, you got Mila Jovovich up high though. A lot of Corey Feldman. I can respect the oddness of that. William Lustig. Maniac, Cop, and Maniac. It's so weird he directed both of those. But I approve. Lowest... Oh, your most obscure is actually more obscure than mine, I think. My most obscure is Nightstick, which we did watch on stream. Lowest average is House of the Dead. Is that my lowest average? I can't remember. Let's find out. There's House of the Dead. Oh, that'll be why it's the most obscure. Not that I specifically go looking for wanting like to have like a really extreme obscure movie in that slot. Oh well. End of your stats are fun. But so it begins tomorrow, starting from 0. I say tomorrow, it's good. I mean, if we're watching a movie on stream, that'll be my first movie of the year, and that'll be movie number 1. Was it Firefly? Fireflies give me this look. I do not respect it, cat. I do not respect it. Oh. Oh, tonight's the last night anyone can vote on the Patreon votes, by the way. If anyone's not done that yet. Just realised I forgot to buy alcohol. You wanted to get drunk tonight, Cindy? Not judging, just paused. The movie's paused? Oh, you're way ahead, rude boy. Yeah, we should start the movie soon. If we're watching The Ride of the Curse, we should watch it soon. It is on Shudder. For anyone who has access to such a thing. Well, the initial idea back when we were first talking about doing the Japanese horror movie for Cindy's pick was going to be The Ride of the Curse. But I do have free reign to pick any Japanese horror movie. But that's a fairly notable one that I've not seen, so that seems like an obvious pick. It's a N-O-R-O-I, I think it's spelled. It's Norai the Curse. I might be butchering the pronunciation though. Might be Nori the Curse or something like that, I don't know. Seriously, Firefly? The look I'm getting right now. Of like, please don't be mad at me, but also please feed me. I'll feed you before I start the movie, okay, Firefly? Don't panic. Yes. Now, here's a question. Would you be interested in these scores from the wheel spins accumulating over the entire month of January as a thing? Noroi, I'm guessing. Noroi. The Curse. Yeah, maybe. Oh, really? Sadako versus Kayako director. Oh, we're in for a fun time. We're in for a fun time. Alright, I'm gonna go feed the cats, so people can get the movie set up. I'll come back, I'll probably get the couch in. Took Japanese in college a long time ago. Oh, so you're making an educated guess, then. More educated than anyone else here, anyway. Or I've probably offended someone. Someone's going to pop in a second and say, "Excuse me, I speak Japanese fluently." Oh, pardon me. All right, so I'm gonna go for a minute. Feed the cats. I'll come back. Yeah, and just for tonight, the movie points. Okay. Well, just to remind you the score then before I go on a break. Well, I say break. It's like a couple of minutes to feed the cats and move the couch. You got Fletcher and Elsa at 2 points. You got David at 3 points. You got Chris at 4, Ridboy at 5, and Cindy at 6. I think Elsa's saying stop the count so Cindy can win. This is some solidarity that I think we're seeing here. But I'll be back in a minute. Don't go nowhere. Back. Oh, a bit too low. It was a genius plan, though. How do you get out of one of the curses from one of those characters if you're in a world with both? Simple. You just make them both fight over you. Hey, it's a better movie than Batman v Superman. which is maybe not saying much, but you know. Ah, that wasn't right. Still on my list. Alright, I'm going to stop the music now. Because we're about to watch the movie. So everyone get your movie paused at 0. This is Nora E, The Curse. Going with Fletcher's guess at the pronunciation. Directed by Koji Seriashi from 2005. It is on Shudder, although I'm sure it's probably rentable elsewhere too. Two can play that game, Firefly. Martha Manhunter. I don't know why that made me laugh. I didn't even get the context of the previous Fletcher comment. I just read Martha Manhunter. That made me laugh. Alright. Shut up, Firefly. Okay, let me mute the audio. I have to put in my headphones. Oh. Alright. Let me get the movie ready. Okay. Paused. As you should also be paused at 0. I'm probably going to have to turn down some volume on my end. Probably around 3%. 301's not a bad number though. I'd rather just be over a benchmark than just before it. 299 is way more annoying than 301. Okay. Pause at 0. Nori the Curse. Everyone is ready? I'm going to count down 3, 2, 1 and press play. And I suppose I could be nice and put the timer up. What I was trying to say. Oh no, I don't even know where it's going to go. Never mind, doesn't matter. Okay. There we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1, play. Off we go. Tells us they've changed some of the names. They're claiming it's based on a true story. We'll see if I believe that as this goes on. Oh, it's a tape. So a render of a tape. Is this an SD? This looks pixely as shit. Firefly. Yeah, I think this is just an SD. Unless for some reason my connection is just not beefing up. His house burned down. Oh jeez. No idea, rude boy. This is interesting. It's actually starting off like a documentary that someone's put together. I want the truth, no matter how terrifying. Okay. Okay. So our main character is Kobayashi. I will let you know, Eric. We're at 456. So you're in the ballpark. You know, I like that it did that documentary thing at the start with the narrator just telling us that he started filming stuff. Like a lot of found footage would give us like 10 minutes of like them talking with the camera on, saying, "Hey, we're going to use this now," and like trying to like explain it in plot, which is just padding. Which is funny because this movie's like almost 2 hours, which is like really long for a found footage movie. Oh, she's a little unhinged. I think you found your ghost. Especially me when someone knocks on my door. I should see me when Jehovah's Witness like showed up once. Strange sound was recorded on videotape. I'm impressed how little fluff there is in this so far, which almost scares me how dense this is going to be if it keeps this pacing up. I get what you mean, Fletcher, but it's kind of like it's trying to imitate a certain documentary style, so I get what they're doing with it. It feels like the sort of thing like a paranormal documentary from like the early 2000s would have done. My first computer had Windows XP, so I never really had to experience the wonders and joys of Windows 98. It's Housewife. A streaming thing or a me thing? I mean, I was thinking a me thing. If people would like that to be a streaming thing, we could talk about it. It was more of a personal goal for myself. Never used Windows 3. No. I assume that was the one before 95. Or was Windows 98 Windows 3? Is 95 2 and 98 is 3? No, that can't be right because we're already up at like. That's the one before 95. That makes sense. Given that we're up at 10, although technically we're actually not at 10, we're at 9. But they decided to skip 9 for some reason. Because yeah, so Vista. So yeah, we had 7, which everyone liked. No one liked 8. Vista was 6. XP was 5. I think. I did have a laptop with Windows Vista on it. Never had to put it on my PC though. Went straight to 7. Oh, I thought the stream froze there for a second, but it was just the dramatic zoom in. They died 5 days later. Oh dear. I will say the low resolution subtitles are sometimes hard to read when there's like Japanese text behind it. Oh yeah, I never used ME. Clairvoyance. I don't think it's a real Japanese program. I think this is how they're introducing their psychic character. Funny how this looks like a genuine TV show from the early 2000s. Yeah, they probably all die. That'd be my guess. She has the power. Yeah, I think the second or third one had a psychic in it. Tyler. Oh my god, I have the power. Dun, 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 dun. Is that an alien? So I bet this says alien in some weird way. I appreciate the Ghostbusters reference. I gotta give it credit. It feels very different to any American found footage movie already. The mystery here. Yep. Darn. Alright, we're back to our investigator. Kobayashi. I do kind of appreciate that it really feels like someone put this together from different sources. As opposed to going for, oh, we're watching one hidden tape that was found, and the found footage usually does. Firefly. It's a good touch, yeah. Timestamp. And it also immediately makes you go, why is it unused? It's not because nothing happens, because otherwise why would they be showing us it? Like a diseased tree? Yeah. Oh, pardon me. I mean, yeah, all of them dying would be a reason not to show the footage. No, that's not what the timestamp means, Eric, necessarily. For example, because I've used cameras in the past, like that first digit, the 9, could just mean it's day 9, because you can program it to just mean what day of shooting it is. Or it could be any other reason that you want to program it as a 9. Oh, just to be clear, it's entirely possible they did shoot over 9 hours of footage as well. I didn't actually have time to read how many digits there were. Yeah, they're really committing to the bit. This looks horrendous. Intentionally, but horrendous. What the hell is this idiot wearing? Oh yeah, it's changing cameras and shooting styles between the different segments that are supposed to be shot from different sources, which is a nice touch. Oh, pigeons again. Some mighty fine tinfoil. But his mum made it for him. Oh, I hear a kitty at the door. It was actually both, to be fair. I'm just gonna go headphoneless. I don't think I need them for this one. Ugh. Masamoto. Fact. Every time it freeze frames like that, I think the stream's. Hey, that was like the face the kid drew. do, 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 do. Why did you invite the investigator over if you're just going to hide from the second anything interesting happens? Holy shit, the spoon is detached from itself. 2 hours. I'm having deja vu. I think I've seen like a still from this scene. Garrus. This is the same place from the first lesson, right? With the neighbor and the birds. The bleeps are really funny when it's all in a different language anyway. Just random bleeps. Oh, it's this dude. Yes, go into the strange man's house with the tinfoil hat. She looks a little disturbed by this. It's a lose-lose. Either there's worms all over the walls, or he's just this crazy. And either way, I'm worried. It's not normal for a man to visit a young girl he doesn't know. I think that this was a bit strange. Oh. Well, we know who he is there. We can track him down. Damn it, Jimmy. Getting some food. I can dig it. Yeah, Kara, so the psychic girl disappeared. And Tinfoil Hat Man was spotted visiting her. Nice to see he greets everyone and invites everyone in the same way. This guy's a suspect. But it's a movie, so I figured there's more going on to it than just he's done something to her, but still. This is super suspicious from a real world perspective. Well, it said he was psychic earlier. They've been saying a super psychic. We just never got the idea that he uses drawings to communicate what he's seeing. Was that electroplasm, people? The electroplasm worm people? I like that the camera guy immediately said, "Hey, this happened." Ugh, that noise. Ugh. I'm regretting my headphones. Yeah, that was goddamn loud. I'm glad I took the headphones off earlier. Do you know what? I'm actually kind of refreshed. It's not a girl ghost with long hair. And maybe they'll have some imagery like that later, but at least so far they feel more alien. Oh, my TV's going to turn off. Hmm. Cats. What? Oh yeah, it was fantastic, Tyler. It was perfect. It was wholesome. When I heard he died at the weekend, I was shocked. It came out of nowhere. I think it might be Fletcher. You mentioned the agency. I thought it was funny. MJF is such a hateful bastard, it's great. John Silver crying after the match broke me. Eric Rowan having to pick him up. I love that he's following the drawings of a madman. Seriously, Firefly? Are you fucking serious? Pigeons. He probably will eventually when he retires from in-ring stuff. Yeah, this kid looks like a serial killer. I did not, Bob. We're back to the sound guy again. Oh, about every podcast having the same 3 hosts. It was annoyingly close. Well, this is definitely actress lady. Oh, I did see that. I just didn't know it was called Twisted Tea. I'm kind of fascinated to see how this all ties together. What I've seen look total, it's more like an alien. I'm on Team Alien, but they mistook it for a demon because they didn't know what else to call it. $16 million. But also on VHS. Hmm. We shall sacrifice this child for the good of the village. Yeah, but isn't there strain at the bottom of the water now? You want to have Garrus? Klaatu Varada Nikto. Everyone's got a dog, just like in the village. Oh, that's just like the actress lady was making all these weird knots out of power cables and shit. Oh, it's her. I've come full circle. It's Angry Woman. Hmm. Someone cracked that joke at the start of the movie. I can't remember who it was. This hip individual. Well, that name triggered something. Google was pretty new at this time. We're still in early 2004, I think. Google was like 2 years old, I think. Maybe 3. Alta Vista. Wonder if all those faces we saw were all the embryos morphed into something. You know what? I'm not going to give the movie shit for not having a shitty research scene where he looks something up on Google. I've seen enough of that these days. Thank you very much. Garrus. I think it was the actress who hung herself. No, it was the girl who lived upstairs. Oh. It was the girl who was upstairs from her. There you go. Ah, bird dude. Garrus. Garrus. Wait, did the woman from the village like live next to everyone who committed suicide for some time? So she lived here before the other place with the woman's kid. Alright, so Kana's father killed her mother and let himself be cut for it. That was a little creepy the way she very quickly was just standing there, acting normal up until that second. Is this all about Big Bird? Is Big Bird behind all this? Coming for his revenge. The birds are dead. Oh, we're back to tinfoil man. I think that's a fair assumption, Tyler. Probably smells a bit fishy. I've got a feeling Fletcher's not enjoying this movie because that's a really cynical take. But yes, it's the third act now. So we're going to the dam. What a ragtag team he's building up here. So that music. Where's the dogs now, dog? Oh yeah, I get that, Fletcher. I wasn't critiquing. I just thought it sounded cool. Tinfoil Hat Man seems like a very well-adjusted individual. I think I trust him with my taxis. uh, such an obvious joke, and yet somehow none of us thought of it until Eric said it. JRPG. Okay. Alright. So we're going to roleplay. I'm Cloud. You'll be Tifa. Because I think you're sexy. And then the crazy guy behind us, he can be Barrett. Yeah. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Yeah, they don't even have a summon yet. They throw in like godlike summon to battle the demon. Fishing minigame. The other houses had that blade, that style of blade. A mini sickle? Hard to build when you're sitting down, but yeah, Tinfoil Guy's got Twitch covered, so that's streaming sorted. Da 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 da. Credit for this feeling like it's got some tension even though it's in broad daylight. But no. Wesker stabbed my toe. Honestly, having a little bit of music here towards the end is really helping things. Something that other found footage movies just avoid at all costs. I'm just waiting for her to snap and like kill the driver slash cameraman. I appreciate how effective they're doing a job of her being kind of creepy without it really being that much. It's not been overdone at all. Is this like the finale to all the movies we've seen with dogs being killed? The forest side's starting to feel very Blair Witch. Which isn't a bad thing. That ritual worked a treat, didn't it? Whoa! That was definitely a visual. Went back to the crazy lady's house in search of truth. I noticed that with a lot of Asian films, Rude Boy. I think it's just the way we pronounce things differently. Or they changed it to something that was easier for us to remember. Or simplified or something, I don't know. Why do I get the feeling that the possessions moved to the actress, Mirko? I don't know if I trust the boy. Now, I hate eggs, so I don't eat omelets, but is it normal to spread that much ketchup all over the top of it? That's a lot of ketchup. It's not just the kids one, it's like the wife's one was also covered in it. Yeah, clearly I don't fancy his chances because he took this boy in. But the actress has also clearly got something going on with her as well. Gonna tell us something really sad about her. No? Alright, March 13th. Oh, there you go. All those Final Fantasy jokes. Turns out there was a connection. Ugh. Oh, what a bleak ending. I like how the documentary itself had a couple of credits and then it went back to this stuff. Oh, we're going to see what happened tonight. Yeah, he's going for the kid. The first time we saw him there, his face was definitely morphed into the alien face, right? Oh wait, speaking of things. Oh shit, now the wife's going. I got Hori. it went disturbing fairly. It went fairly disturbing towards the end. I'm sure he's fine. Oh, no credits at the end either. Just great finished. Really wanted it to feel like it may be real. Oh. I like a stunt. There was intentionally a like a glitch, like it sort of jumped a frame right before the fire was just about to start on her, and I think that was intentionally to hide a cut so they could like get like the the stunt person ready and all the rest of it. There you go, Nora E. the Curse. Okay, so what happened? Well, Crazy Lady was connected to the demon and was trying to orchestrate the demon's return to a body. So spent years building up fetuses, or let's say fetuses, embryos, I should say, um, and collecting various people that were going crazy. Yeah, yeah, the dead people and the all that. Well, I don't know if she. No, I think she was still feeding the embryos to the girl because she had to feed them to a medium. Yeah, that's what brought the demon back. But she had to feed the embryos to her to bring the demon. But the demon went into him. He was the vessel for whatever reason. It never really went into it because it mentioned that it wasn't really her son, but it never really went into who he was or where he came from or someone else she kidnapped. No, I don't think so, Bob. They went out of their way to show that she was actually psychic. Yeah, I think the actress encountered the demon, and at the start of the movie, and that first clip of her we saw. But it wasn't like full powered, or he's not able to like stay around or whatever. Not until the end. I was in the kid. Anywho, I think Cindy fell asleep, which is amusing because this was her her pick. Luckily, because she always go back and press play at the same time with the on demand and experience it with us. Oh no, Cindy's here. Been cleaning. It's cool. Cool. Alright. Well, I think I'll be wrapping up the stream soon. If anyone wants to get any last minute points in before I wrap up, I'm going to put the BRB screen up while I move the couch back. Alright. Cool. That was an interesting movie. Had a vision, had a unique feel. Some moments were pretty creepy and or disturbing, so not a bad time, not a bad time, all things in considered. Monday Joe Bob will do an episode on it. Has that been a trend? Do I keep accidentally predicting the stuff he's doing? What's that? Well, that makes sense because that's the ones they have the rights to. Well, theoretically, everything that he puts on his show has to also be available on Shudder because they've got the rights to it. That's just common sense, really. Maybe they'll premiere some stuff by going on his show, but it'll probably be on Shudder afterwards because they've got the rights to it, so they might as well put it out. Ruined all found footage for you. I think we lost Tyler along the way somewhere. Actually, it's not been that long. 20 minutes. It just looked a long time because of all the comments in the last few. Let me bring that over here. First movie of 2021. How's about it? May alter that rating later, but I feel at least comfortable giving it that for now. Alright. Garrett. Okay. Where's my various buttons and whatnot? Alright, well, I think I'm going to choose the opportunity. Although, admittedly, I'm a little bit sad that I'm not making it to midnight Eastern just so that I can say I went through another New Year's midnight. But I'm also, my sleeping pattern's not geared for being up that ultra late right now. Although it's late by most people's standards. Most people don't think being up till after 4 a.m. is on the early side. Just me, because I'm a weirdo. So I am going to wrap up the stream, which means that the final scores are as follows: 2 points to Fletcher and Elsa, 3 points to David, 4 points to Chris, 5 points to Rude Boy, and 6 points to Cindy. Therefore, Cindy will have the right to pick a film with romance elements for around Valentine's time streaming. So, there you go. With the one caveat perhaps being that I must not have seen it. Oh my god. You had lucky spins. The spins were on your side. Are talking heads and documentaries always current? No. Documentaries will often specify if they're significantly older, if they come from an old source. But no. Not always. I would have tipped, but I didn't want to risk losing the lead. Well, it's done. It's done now. Yeah. I'll put a pad away. Oops. Yeah, not ship of war. But yeah. Feeling that cat. Feeling that. A little pretty cat. Alright. Well, there you go. That is the stream. The New Year's Eve stream. Hopefully people had some fun. People enjoyed the movie. And enjoyed the screenshot game being back. Should I reveal what that movie was that we had over? Yeah, I think we should. I think I should. I think we'll probably keep the screenshot game around for a bit. I think feels refreshing again, but I think I'd rather start with a fresh screenshot next time than continue the one that we were sort of halfway through. Those people are kind of like stumped on it anyway. So full image when the hard drive spins up is that. Anyone want to shout out a guess before I tell you what it is now that you've seen the full image? Those the goodies lady with a beard. It's actually a relatively recent film. And I was being a little bit cheeky because it's technically a horror from the deep. It's actually The Meg. This is The Meg. Hence why there's some slightly futuristic things in it. Because even though it's technically set present day, I think, they also have this super giant underwater station that monitors the Megalodon. The Meg. Or the Meg. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah, one's a bit tougher, but like I say, the second image now is just sort of automatically triggered after a certain number of squares. So hopefully that makes that a bit more enticing. At least you know there's some better clues coming down the line. If that's probably something we could do is I could make it worth more points if you get it before the second image is added. I already told you, Bob, it's the Meg. You don't have to keep guessing things. I told you. Alright, so hopefully people had fun with the game being back and the movie we watched. Next stream, I mean, probably the Resident Evil 6 stream, which I think is going to be on Monday. As always, subject to change, but I think that is the plan. So I will see you guys then, and then we'll make a start properly on our 2021 streams and whatever streaming shenanigans we get involved in. So thank you very much, guys, for joining me. I will see you next time. It's been a pleasure. Happy New Year and good night. I'll see you next time.